Everyone, good evening. Good evening. Welcome to everybody both in person and watching the YouTube live stream. I'd like to call the board meeting for February 10th to order at 6:15. Let's begin with our tribute. In partnership with tribes who call Phoenix their home first, we acknowledge and respect the land our schools are built on. We commit to being a strong partner with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be partners. It looks like we're doing the Pledge of Allegiance first. Thank you. Hello, Ms. Jeffries.
Good evening. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jeffries. Ms. Miller, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Carmen Trujillo,
Here.
Reggie Carrillo,
Here.
Alicia Dink,
Here.
Laura Diaz. Kathy Laura
Hello.
Diaz.
Hi, present. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. With that, all 5 board members are present and we've got a forum here to proceed. Let's see. All right, we'll move on to the adoption of our agenda. Any recommendations, Dr. Weeks, for this agenda?
No, Madam Chair, this agenda looks appropriate.
All right, with that, I'd like to call for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented, please.
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Alicia being second.
Thank you. Ms. Aaron, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Aye.
Alicia Dink,
Aye.
Laura Diaz.
Hi.
Thank you. With that, the motion passes. And we will move on to our awards. Of course, I just know it's the first one after, let me scroll up here. Yeah. 5 awards, recognition, and announcements. And I think I have to go first, right?
Yes, Madam Chair, be my guest.
All right. So our first action to recognize is the district is hosting a kindergarten registration event on Tuesday, February 22nd from 4:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. at most of our neighborhood schools. Parents and their children can meet principals and kindergarten teachers and even register their soon-to-be kindergartner early for the upcoming year. Please don't wait. Enroll your child today by visiting your school of choice or call an enrollment specialist at 602-523-5757. A kindergarten registration postcard has already been mailed out to every resident and business within the district boundaries as well. So watch your mail for more information on our kindergarten registration.
It is always exciting to hear the success of former students. And Principal Magana at her school was beaming when she saw a recent article in the Arizona Republic featuring a former HERD student. Central High's Itza Urieta is among 1,453 seniors in the Phoenix Union High School District who received ASU acceptance letters. Itza not only applied to ASU, but she's waiting to hear from Collegiate University and Skidmore College in New York, Middlebury College in Vermont, and Greenville College in Iowa. Itza was quoted as saying, "I just want to take a risk. I want to reach a spot where none of my family members have ever reached before. I want to take that big leap. Congratulations to Itza. We are very proud of you."
And a special thanks goes out to Mr. Ryan Statham, Transportation Routing Technician, for going above and beyond and helping to supervise the Transportation Department over the last month. He has done a tremendous job in helping navigate the department and keeping things running smoothly. Each day is a challenge to ensure our routes are effectively covered by staff and all students receive the same great service we always strive to provide. Ryan has been a leader for his peers and has tackled the challenge day in and day out. Enough can't be said about his positive attitude, excellent customer service, and willingness to work with the transportation team. We are truly grateful to have individuals working in the transportation department who care deeply about our Phoenix One community and the willingness to always exceed expectations no matter the circumstances. Thank you, Ryan.
Did you know Emerson School is turning 100 years old? Families and the community are invited to Emerson's Centennial celebration on Sunday, February 27th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. As part of the festivities, the school is planting 100 trees. Tree planting will take place from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on February 27th, and volunteers are needed. If you are interested in volunteering to plant trees, please contact Principal Lodato. There is much to celebrate, and we hope you will join the Emerson team as we commemorate this 100th anniversary.
All right, those are some good items to celebrate. I know Garfield also got a new tree. We took out an old one, so that's a plus as well. And then we'll move on to superintendent's report, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, but before we do, as you know, I'm a little bit of a history nut. And so we remember Kenilworth celebrated 100 years last year. Emerson School and the district are both celebrating big birthdays this year. I hope everyone can make it out to Emerson School to help them celebrate the 100th year. Because of the pandemic, we didn't do a great job at Kenilworth, but we did the best we could with what we had. And then, of course, Dunbar is going to be 100 in 2023, and Whittier is going to be 100 in 2029. So there's lots of exciting birthdays coming up in Phoenix Elementary over the next few years. So please plan on participating and celebrating and help celebrate. I know I will. Madam Chair, members of the governing board, as we continue to highlight Black History Month, the district you might want to move the slides in. There we go. The district is proud to have been selected for the Black History Mural project founded by Gisette Knight, President and CEO of the Shining Light Foundation. I want to thank the governing board again for approving that MOU that made all of this possible. The foundation teamed up with local artists to paint 28 murals throughout Phoenix for the 28 days of February, celebrating Black history and the people and events that helped shape America. 2 murals will be painted on the Plant Services facility on First Street in Grant. One mural is an interactive 3D mural of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Linda, you're going to have to help when you come on up. You're going to have to help us. How do you get 3D fist bump kind of rendering of a mural on the side of the wall? That you have to explain that to me. Dr. Martin Luther King, an American Baptist minister and activist who became the most visible spokesperson and leader in civil rights movement from 1955 until his assassination in 1968. The second mural is a surprise, and the foundation is planning a reveal in the next few weeks. So mum's the word. If you know the surprise, it's a surprise. We are thrilled to have been selected for this mural project and are honored to help pay tribute to these individuals who have made significant contributions to our country. Stay tuned for the surprise announcement of the second mural. Fantastic, I can't wait. Do we know when when we no longer have to hold on to the prize, Linda?
President Trujillo, members of the board, Dr. Weeks, we anticipate that the unveiling will happen on or around February 20th. So as soon as we have that date and time confirmed, we will definitely let you know so that you can mark your calendars, and we'd love for you to join us for the unveiling. So more to come.
Members of the board, would you like for us to post a quorum just in case you more than 3 are available to attend? Okay, then we'll do that. So you
That's
don't have to worry about it. We'll
great.
take care of it.
For scheduling and everything. Thank you.
Oh, I see the fist bump here, Linda. Is that,
Yes.
this is the rendering?
Yes, so this is the artist rendering of the MLK mural, and as you can see, it's going to be a 3D mural, and you can see the fist bump. So the idea is for community members to be able to come and physically pose with the mural and actually fist bump with Martin Luther King and have their pictures taken. There will also be a QR code that they can scan on their phones, so it will provide additional information on the mural. So we're very excited to be able to partner with the Shining Light Foundation and have 2 murals on our plant services wall that's facing Grant Street. So we're very excited about this opportunity.
And maybe you can help us with the 150th celebration fun fact.
Thank you. I would love to share an update on the district's sesquicentennial, right?
Oh, man, the only one in the room who knows how to say it.
I don't know, it takes lots of practice, so. President Trujillo, members of the board, and Dr. Weeks, I want to just share a little bit more information about our 150th celebration. So we are planning a community-wide picnic on Saturday, March 26th from 10:30 to 2:30 p.m. at Margaret T. Hance Park. We are expecting more than 2,000 families, community members, special guests to join us at the park. All of our schools will have tables, so it will be kind of an education fair, if you will, along with a community resource fair. So members of our community will be able to go and visit their schools that they used to attend, interact with our principals, gather additional information about each of our schools, even register their kids for school for next year. So we're really looking forward to the opportunity to be able to celebrate with our community. We'll have a stage, we'll have some storytelling. There definitely will be a program. We're going to ask our schools to participate and honor individuals who've made significant contributions to their schools. We are creating a marketing video to celebrate our 150 years and celebrate the successes of all of our schools. But I think the most important thing is that we're going to be providing free lunch for the first 2,000 people who register to attend and eat lunch with us. So it's a great opportunity for us to get out and connect with our community members and our families and to celebrate our 150th. So please mark your calendars, plan to join us. There will be additional information coming out in the very near future on how families or interested people can register. Also, we'll have a vendor registration, so any community partners who would like to join us and set up a booth, we'd love for them to participate. So if you have anyone that you would like to invite, please let me know and we'll definitely get them included in the festivities. So in addition to our picnic, we shared our new webpage celebrating all of our highlights of our 150th. So I'd like to just take you to that page again and just highlight a few additional things if you haven't been on it recently. So this is a page that you can find on our website. And we're asking former students, current students, families, community members to check out this website. And we'd love for them to connect with us. And so they can certainly do that by completing a storyteller's form, because we want to hear their stories. There's just such great memories over the last 150 years. Teachers that they might want to recognize, just great memories, their favorite lunch. And so they can share this by completing the storyteller's form. If you haven't visited our blog page, you can find the blog here in the upper right-hand corner. refresh this and see.
Well, will AZ Body of Stories be at this event?
She is part of the planning committee and they certainly are invited to attend.
Okay. Will they be documenting stories?
I'm sorry. I
Will
didn't-
they be documenting stories?
That's something that I need to talk with her on. We haven't had that conversation. That's
I
a
think
great,
that'd be a great
that's a great
opportunity.
recommendation. We'll certainly talk with her about that. I know that she's been very active with us on our social media and she's been sharing our posts. So it's been a great partnership. Well, for some reason. Let's just try this one more time. Well, we do have probably about 8 blogs. I'm not sure why it's not pulling up now. It was pulling up earlier for us, such as technology, right? But hey, I want to keep you in suspense. So now you're going to have to visit our page, check out our blogs. There are about 8 blogs, we just have had a lot of fun in looking at pictures and writing, just remembering our history and remembering those people who have helped make the district what it is today. And so we also post our blogs on our Facebook and Instagram. And so if you're following us on Facebook and Instagram, you can click and it will take you to our blog page. In addition, we have been partnering with Arizona's Hip Historian. Are you familiar with Arizona's Hip Historian? No? Well, yes, you're in for a treat. And so special thanks to the Arizona Hip Historian who partnered with us and he actually videotaped some fun facts. And so on Fridays, we post a Friday fun fact on our Facebook page. And so we're going to just share 2 quick fun facts with the Arizona Hip Historian. Thank you.
Hey everybody, Marshall Shore, Arizona's hip historian, and fun fact of the day, some kids took a mule to school back in the 1800s. The first automobile arrived in Phoenix in 1900. Check out more fun facts about Phoenix #1 at phoenixschools.org, 150th. Hey everybody, Marshall Shore, Arizona's hip historian, and fun fact of the day, school started in 1871, 20 years before phones were in Phoenix. Check out our website for more fun facts about Phoenix #1 at phoenixschools.org, 150th.
A special thanks to Marshall Shore for helping us commemorate our 150th. He's really done a great job and it's exciting to see his fun facts on our social media page.
Linda, are we paying to promote those at all? Or like how many people are seeing?
I'm going to show you just a couple of
Okay.
stats. I don't have it on every post, but I wanted to share the engagement that we've been having. So I wanted just to share just a couple of Facebook and Instagram posts that you might see if you are following us on our social media channels. So as you can see this particular post right here, we've actually received 46 comments. So we're actually getting quite a bit of engagement on our posts. This is what a blog post would look like. So it's teasing the blog and then you can click and it actually will show the entire blog. We've had some fun in posting pictures and asking our community members to guess the name of the school with our pictures. So there's been quite a bit of engagement and conversation based around what the picture is. here in this particular post, you can see that we've had 260 people who've actually reached that post. So that shows that our community who's engaged with us is actually sharing that post with others in their friend circle. And then this just kind of shows you the types of comments that we're getting. So there's a lot of fun happening on our Facebook page in terms of people trying to guess the name of the school, and oh, it's not challenging enough, and oh, next week is going to be even more challenging. So there's been some fun surrounded the conversations that are happening on social media. And so I'd like to give a special thanks to Mary Hickey Reynoso. Mary does social media for us. She's done a fantastic job in helping write the blogs, getting them posted, writing our social media fun facts. So she's just been a real integral part of helping us communicate our story. So a huge shout out to Mary. And again, I'd like to just remind you, mark your calendars and plan to join us, join the fun, join our conversations by connecting with us on social media. March 26th is the day that you want to mark in your calendars, and we'll be sharing additional information in the very near future. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to comment that I've seen some of this stuff online, and it's really well done. To Dr. Vink, your point, it's only too bad that like thousands of people aren't looking at this stuff, because it really, really is super cool the way it comes together, the way it's laid out, you know, how fun it is, the colors, everything. And so, yeah, just kudos to everybody who's been working hard on this. It's really turned out well. So to remind me, February 27th at Emerson, and information on the time and whatnot is on the Emerson website.
We will be sharing additional information. We're finalizing the program, but we'll post date and time on our district website. We'll also have it on Emerson's website. And then Mr. Lodato is also preparing a flyer. So we'll be able to share that flyer through the school Peach Jar flyer boards and communicate it that way as well.
Okay, so February 27th.
February
And
27th.
March 26th.
Yes, that's correct.
Those are the 2 dates we need to hold on to now.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Ms. Jeffries, so
Yes.
to clarify, is the picnic our celebration for the 150th? That's like the.
Yes, it is. Correct.
Right, to clear that up in my head. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome.
And Madam Chair, members of the governing board, as it is appropriate this time of year, we had our 100th day in January. It's usually around January 28th or so. I don't know the exact date this year. It's usually the end of January, but this is the time we would present 100-day numbers. In the old days, before current year funding, we would lean into the 100th day as a kickoff to our budget for the new school year, because we would have numbers that are locked in. Unfortunately, with current year funding, the aggregate expenditure limit threats, and all of the other distractions that the lawmakers are putting in the way of true proper budget development, I want to give a shout out, kudos to Mr. Quintana, Mr. Norris, and the finance team for doing their very best to try to grab numbers and try to develop predictions for next year in light of all the distractions and all the things that other folks are trying to throw in our way. But for the moment, let's take a look at our 100-day numbers. Mr. Quintana.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Weeks. Good evening, fellow governing board members and the district colleagues. Like Dr. Weeks mentioned, on January 24th, there was the 100th day of school for the district. And we sent you information, specific information regarding enrollment numbers in the board update. And this evening, I wanted to provide you additional information, about that particular day and some trends that we've seen over the last few years. And with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Nick McGann to help us with this information. And we're asking Nick, Mr. McGann, to present information for a couple of reasons. One is that as a director of MIS, his department handles the registration and student enrollment, as well as manages our synergy system and our database warehousing. And in addition to us, he is the instrumental person that's helping us put these drafts together and information together based on the information from the data warehouse and for Synergy. So with that, Nick, if you can just help us present the information.
Absolutely, thank you. Madam President, members of the board. This first graph here is representing the historical 100th day compared also with the 40th days included, so you can see the comparison there. So as you see, our trend is still going downward. One positive thing is you can kind of see it telling off to kind of plateauing there a little bit, right? And that huge drop that we experienced from 1920 to 2021 is not continuing, which is a good sign. But again, we are still in declining. So the 100th day decrease per year average was 209. This past year was only 108. So a little less than what that 10-year average is telling us. The enrollment has declined though 715 since the pandemic began, right? So that's when you see from the 1920 that huge jump, 2021 plus this year's also lost. So that's the big picture there. So we'll go ahead and move next slide here. This one is depicting a snapshot of just this year's 100th day and giving a little bit more of what the makeup is of that student enrollment. So you can see residence type in district and out of district. You can see the total enrollment, and you also see it broken down by result of ethnicity and race. And the reason why we did that was in Synergy, you have the option to enter in the race, but Hispanic is not in there due to it technically not being a race, being an ethnicity, yes or no in Synergy. But to kind of combine all that and give you the big picture of what the Hispanic makeup is included with all the other race, right? And so that's why we did it that way. The 100th day enrollment, as you see, 5,243 with the 38% out of district, and 78 is the majority of the Hispanic makeup. So here's a little bit more as we continue to break that data down further. So this one is, again, just a snapshot of this year's 100th day data, and broken out by school. So you can see the total enrollment, but you also then see that bar broken down per school for the in-district and out-of-district, right? So we saw on the previous graph where it was about that 38%, this one shows per school. So you'll see the schools with larger out-of-district. So that is your lighter blue there that you see Kenilworth, Herrera, Magnet, and Shaw, the high ones there with a lot of out of district, which you would expect in our magnet schools, specialty schools. This next one is the enrollment that is historically going back 4 years on the in and out of district. And you'll notice here, I just want to make this clear real quick, is that 38% is slightly different than the previous two because it was pulled on a different day. So I just want to make that clear real quick. So the first graphs, when we pulled the 100th day data, we pulled it right on the 100th day. And we just pulled in all of that data that we wanted to include. But after providing that data, there was some more feedback from the board that they wanted to see historical data on that percentage of student enrollment. And so we had to go back and repull. And so when we repull a few days later, the data is always changing. Even if you pull the same day, a few hours later, that data is going to be different. It's just not going to be the same, right? And so also just keep in mind, as you get further away from that 100th day data, it's likely to decrease just due to the nature of how enrollment and withdrawals happen. So keep that in mind as well as we look at the data. When you pull the data on the 100th day, right, you have all the enrollment that's kind of come up to that point, but you really haven't included all the withdrawals because, say, a 10-day withdrawal, you got to wait till the 10 days till that is actually reflected in that data. So when you go into the 11th day, or even as you see 2-3 years and try to repull that data, then you'll capture all of those withdrawals that weren't necessarily in that initial day, right? But then you also have no-shows or families that don't even tell you that they're leaving until we get records requests from the other schools. So all of that kind of adds to that number showing a little lower when you pull the data after the 100th day. One other thing to keep in mind is that this data was pulled on the grid code assignment that's in Synergy. Okay, so another thing to keep in mind is if you were looking at this data last year or 2 years ago, you might have also been looking at a different number. And that could be because that data was pulled off a different logic, right? And so I talked with the coordinator of our student information systems, and she believed that the most accurate field to go off of is the grid code assignment. And so that's why we did that this year. The grid code assignment is based on their address, and when they're enrolled, the front office actually enters in the grid code that the address is in within our boundaries. If they live outside our boundaries, then they all get a 99 code. That's because they're not in our boundary, they don't have a grid code assignment, and that's how we designate in and out of district. So that's how we pulled this data. As you see, based on that, we're about 40% out of district every year, right? Another thing to keep in mind when you're looking at percentages historically like this, you've got to understand the overall for that school year that you're looking at, right? So just to point something out, the 1920 to the 2021, those two middle graphs, where the out of district percentage is going up, but the actual count has gone down. So don't get caught up in the percentages, right? The percentages you really only should analyze per that year because it's a total of the percent that year. So because our enrollment went down, with the out of district going down at a less factor than the in district, the percentage actually looks like it's going up. The actual number went down by about 200. It's hard to see there in the graph, but that 41% to 42% is actually a decrease in about 200 students. But because the in district was at a loss at a larger factor, the overall percentage is looking higher as 41, 42. So just some things to keep in mind as you're looking at that data.
Hey, Nick, I've got a quick question. So what this shows is stability, relative stability with the in-district student population, relative instability with the out-of-district student population.
I think there's stability on both. I think it's just hard because the out of district is stable around the 40%, right? And we're looking at the high 50s, low, the 60%. That's consistent, right? It's just our enrollment's going down. That's the concern right there. So our makeup of whatever the enrollment is consistent around that 40-60%. It's just that our enrollment's going down, but as it goes down, we're losing about the same percentage from both of those categories. So it's not, so what we could take from this is that we're not losing only from in district, we're not just losing from out of district, we're losing about the same from both of those categories because they stay about the same, that 40-60 split.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Dr. Reese, I actually asked for this data, and when I did, what I was kind of wondering is knowing that the district has been putting in marketing efforts and really working on this community engagement, and we've been talking about our capture rates for in-district students. I was just wondering, like, if there had been a change. Now, granted, I know COVID years kind of throws everything off. It is kind of interesting, though. I feel like I can see the families, the out-of-district families that move to remote work, or maybe change jobs during COVID, so they no longer have to drive into the city in this data. So that's interesting. Thank you for.
Absolutely.
Is there any schools where district or enrollment increased? Are there any school sites where we had enrollment increase?
That is a great question. So historically, we haven't analyzed per school breakdown like that, but that's definitely a good point that we could look at and see if there's an increase or decrease significant at the school level.
Yeah,
So that
And I'm wondering if any of our signature schools or signature programs are capturing students or losing less students. But yeah, if you can come back with us with more information, that'd be great.
absolutely. Okay, so the next one here is again from the second graph. It was just that large overview. We're just breaking down per school what that makeup is in ethnicity and race. So there you see the majority of every school, again, is Hispanic. The only school that this next one is usually the African American is Shaw, where it is the next one, and majority is white, right? So you see that there with the 112 blue bar under Shaw. So just kind of giving a little bit more data per school on the makeup of ethnicity and race. Any questions on that?
I don't have, well, I guess it is sort of a question. It is very interesting to me to see the makeup. Some of our schools do stand out, and then Shaw and Magnet are the only two schools that we transport from anywhere in the district, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So if we're prioritizing students within the district for enrollment, it's a little confusing, concerning that there's such a high out of district. Like, do the families that don't live near the school but are further away, but are still in the district, do they not know that they can get transportation to those schools? I'm not sure I'm explaining what my concern is well, but I'm concerned that that those schools are not majority in district students because we are providing that transportation. So just, I don't know, anyone's reflection or thoughts on that at some point would be great.
Point, Dr. Bink, I remember last year about this time we were having that conversation, so I made a note to try and understand again whether or not we were gonna update our boundaries to have that access for the rest of the family. So great point, because I didn't know how to reintegrate that into a conversation, but that is definitely a concern of mine as well.
I think, Dr. Beek, to add to your point, I think the question would be, are our recruitment outreach efforts to enroll our students at Magnet priority versus out of district students? Yes, recruitment, and then I thought that because they have a lottery, I thought that in the lottery, we were actually prioritizing in-district students so that they should be first if they're on the list that they would get. So that's, I guess, right, part of that is why don't we have a bigger list of in-district students, or do we have a bigger list and somehow we're not enrolling them first? I'm confused.
So all of our schools follow the open enrollment policy, Shaw and Magnet included. So the schools that get open transportation are Faith North, Shaw and Magnet. But our buses, unless we are picking up, there used to be 25 students. We have some folks with transportation that can help me out with this. But it used to be 25 students at a stop outside of our attendance zone would be a place where we would pick students up and bring them into the district. I don't know if that's still the case, but the majority of our routes are in and within our 16 square mile boundary. And I know Mr. Quintana has been working with legal on developing a plan to open Herrera's border. And last we spoke, it really was a function of not a policy change, but rather just a change in the regulation. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. There's a couple options. One is when you make these kind of changes, where you open up the boundaries for transportation for any school, there's one option that you have to follow the same process as you would if you had to close a school, which in this case, we don't have to do that. The other option is to simply, change our statute to indicate that we can add another school, in this case, Herrera, to the list right now that includes Faith North, Shaw and Magnet. So that's something that we want to, come back and present to the board, at a future meeting. And that's something that we are looking to, to add. To your question, Dr. Lake, about the transportation marketing piece, I'm not quite sure how or if they market, at Magnet and Shaw, how they market the whole transportation piece. So that's something that we have to check into, see what they do about that. Because I think that's definitely a good question. But we need to find out what to do, if anything, regarding marketing, specific to that.
We have talked about the Herrera transportation before, but my concern is that it doesn't seem to be benefiting Shaw or Magnet that much. We have so many out-of-district students that if transportation, like if families knew that they could have this transportation, if I had known that my son could get transportation to Magnet, I did not know that when I registered him, would I have sent him there? And so we can open transportation to Herrera, but it shows us right here that we have, we're potentially missing out on hundreds of families because they don't know that this transportation is available, or even that the school is available to them. I talked to a parent the other day who said, can my child go to any other school? And I said, yes. You'd have to provide transportation except to, and she said, oh, really? So it's just, it is a concern, and I think the data reflects that.
No, definitely it's a concern, and again, we need to find out, maybe Lindsay can help me out with this, find out what the district or the schools are doing, if anything related to marketing. So they may not be, and maybe that's why, what's being reflected here. So we have to find out, and then we can get back to you.
And this is the last graph. This one includes the pre-kinder. So here we're talking preschool and Head Start students. And this one, we wanted to display this because all the other data was K-8 only. And so we just wanted to make sure that we show this data to, show that the trend has been the same up until this year. As you see from the very first chart, that same sort of decrease and then sharp decrease down to 2020, but we're actually showing a positive, an increase going into this year, which hopefully will lead us into kinder and then so on as those kids matriculate into the higher grades. So that's one positive sign that we do see. So any questions on this graph or any of the other graphs?
Did we talk about the floor on the pre-kinder? Did we talk about collecting the data of the number of students that had gone from our kinder program into our district schools?
Yes, so I actually helped pull a lot of that data. Me and Diane are really digging into that data, and we are set to present that, I believe, on the next board meeting. So in 2 weeks. March, sorry about that. But it's coming. Yes, we've got a lot of good data to share with you. Yeah, absolutely.
Do we partner with the pre-K institutions in our area for marketing purposes so that they can be a pipeline and spread word to their parents that we're here and the programs that we have?
We have, of course, we have partnerships with Head Start, right? And so the Head Start folks, we are, in terms of, you're talking about places like Little Big Minds or some of the other kind of daycare systems. Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah.
I know that we used to make ourselves available to them. We used to provide information to them and let them know who our schools were. Are we still doing that, Linda?
Dr. Weeks, members of the board, I actually have a meeting with Ms. Salazar tomorrow to talk about preschool marketing. I do know that we've had conversations. I do know that she's connected with many of the local preschools in the area. I know that our principals are also connected and also doing their own outreach within their communities. But we'll definitely be able to get some additional information once I have the chance to talk with Ms. Salazar, so we can try to provide an update to you.
Linda, can we do it at the same time we do the presentation in March? So
Absolutely.
everyone will-
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Wondering, really quickly, if this newer PowerPoint will be uploaded to the board docs? Because I think this one's newer than.
Yes, we will add that information to the board in a minute. One of the reasons that we added more information is based on the question that came back from Dr. Pink.
Oh, where is it? Oh, I just.
So we want to add more information.
I don't want to be annoying with my phone taking a screenshot or something. I don't want. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I do really appreciate you being flexible and being able to add in some additional information. The only other thing that, in the future, if you have thoughts right now, I'd like to hear some reflection and discussion about is looking at, herd and magnet. It does, because those two schools are right next to each other, correct? Okay. The numbers are interesting and it reflects that there are students in district in that area attending the school. So I'm interested in kind of why Herd is capturing 292 in-district students and Magnet is only capturing 124 at some point in time. I think it would be interesting to. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Nice job, Nick. Let's give Nick a big round of applause. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, guys.
Nick does good work and develops charts that we can actually see. How about that? Mr. Quintana, is there anything more on the 100th day?
No, that is it, Dr. Weeks.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Chair, we do have about 9 emails this evening, and I believe at least 1 community card filled out.
Yes. Mr. Michael Bayham.
Welcome. Just as a reminder, the board is not able to discuss items that are not specifically on the agenda, but we do appreciate your time coming in and for joining us.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just, in general, I was just speaking about what we're about to do since we're moving on to community communications. I apologize, so I was just clarifying that the board isn't able to speak on this section particularly because we can only talk about things on the agenda, so it was just more of a generalization, not necessarily directed straight at you, but welcome, I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, is there another form I should go through?
No, not at all, this is just me
Okay.
trying to circle back a little bit.
Okay, this is, let's do a quick thing. So, when we're doing the 100 days and they talk about things going down, or by Edison, there's a lot of new housing going in, parent, family housing. So you're intending to that soon probably going up to this thing. So that'd be good for you guys. But, I was talking about, a lot of graduates been kind of concerned because, a little situation came up where we noticed, where the STEP program was paid, the steps and, the steps don't move no more. And, so, we just had a new driver come in, trainee come in, and she was coming in off the street. And, well, she was, the person was, at another school district, another school, at another position. So they crossed her over into, transportation. And she went in from a trainee, as a trainee, and she's making more trips, and they put her a higher step than people Mule's been in the district for 20 years. And like people, like Travis said about that, they were working and they're wanting, they're not giving up, they're doing those steps. They have new people come in higher than them. Because step to that is a person coming in 5 years experience or more. And this person is a trainee. And she's making a lot of drivers told me to pay, so she's making $1 more. The person's making $1 more an hour, and they're making, and they're brand new up the street, they've been driving 20 years. And what is the pay stay on with the steps? Is that ever going to come back, or are they putting a new person in, or they stop need to come in at step 1, or they need to go straight across the one step they were in the other part of the district?
Well, at this point, I know we can direct
I think you can
questions
answer right now.
to our administration, and then they will definitely connect with you to be able to
Yeah.
contact you back and be able to address that.
Yeah, a lot of drivers want to know the information. A lot of them said it's coming. You know how that is. And those basically want to know. And get back with me and let know what's going on. I can let those drivers know. So they write emails and stuff. All right, they want to say they are with. All right.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Dr. Weeks, do you think you recommend somebody that can connect with him to
You know
get
what,
contact?
I know Mike, and I know the guys, folks in transportation, be happy to jump in and take a look at this.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Well, let me, I'll come down and see you. Let's do that. Let's not read names and stuff out loud. Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Fanny, do we have,
We have 9 communications.
all right?
Okay, number 1. Good morning, hope all is well. I'm asking that you please stop requiring masks at school. And this is from Mr. Quinn Fortier. Number 2, from Jeff Wright. Greetings all. Thank you for making this avenue of communication available to us parents, and thank you for your time this evening. My name is Jeff Wright. I am the father of 2 small children at Shaw Montessori, as well as 2 other children with special needs considerations that attend elsewhere. I'm writing again to ask that the school board make masking optional. Let families decide what is best for their children, and if they so choose, people can make choices to protect themselves regardless of the actions of others. I hope this decision is made soon, but in the meantime, I request that you please share with the community the data you are using to inform your prolongation of this policy, as well as the metrics you are tracking to best decide when to repeal it. I'll state again for clarity, what scientific data specifically related to the masking of small children, including cost-benefit analysis, are you using to impose mandatory masking? When and by what measure will you know it's time to stop? Obviously, this is essential information to share with parents for us to understand why you are choosing to impose these measures on our children and when we can expect them to end. I submitted these same questions to another district email account as well in order to be able to receive the answers directly. In my humble opinion, it's past time to lift these mandates as that you let parents choose. Let's bring smiles back to being at schools. Communication 3. Hello again, my name is Paul Wilfred. I have kids that attend Shaw Montessori. We feel Shaw is a great school and my kids really enjoy it there. Thank you to all the staff. I do want to share my opinion again. Every day my kids attend school and have to cover their faces with a physical mask, which is something they do not like to do for a few reasons. I feel the person does not mind wearing a mask, and that person / child should wear a mask. And I feel if the person is uncomfortable wearing a mask, then that person / child should not be forced to wear a mask. I would like to ask the board and the district to consider changing their mask policy to give kids and families the option to wear a mask or not at school. Thank you. Communication 4 from Rebecca Law, Math Interventionist at Dunlop. As a new teacher this year in the district, I don't think it's fair that teachers who have been here longer than my entire teaching career are receiving pay cuts when teachers who are new are getting raises. My starting salary is much lower than it has been in my career, and the only reason I myself choose this district is because my hard to fill in COVID stipends made my salary tolerable. These stipends are not something to depend on as they can go away at any time, just like tip 4 is being taken away from highly effective educators. Please reflect on the new compensation plan and pay those who have earned their money after years of service fairly. Communication 5. My name is Patricia Miller, and I have worked at Emerson Elementary in the Phoenix Elementary School District for 9 years. I have stayed loyal to this district and my school for my entire career as an educator. I have consistently fought for my colleagues, students, and the district through the threat of school closures, a global pandemic, the teacher walkout, and transitions in administration. Even after the threat of losing my position due to declining enrollment, I chose to stay. I have scored highly effective almost my entire time in the district, and I've recently been called a master teacher and a Jedi teacher by my site administrator. How does the district choose to repay my years of dedication? By freezing my pay in the heart of the pandemic this year, cutting my pay by $10,918 if I choose to stay next year. Then, for the final blow, cutting my pay by an additional $2,275 if I stay for the 23-24 school year. These numbers were calculated based off my compensation statement provided in 2021 by the district and using the details about compensation provided at last night's town hall. At this point, I am being forced to choose between staying in this district and paying my mortgage. This is a warrant. And to be clear, the needs of my family were absolutely not. In last night's town hall meeting, Vic Diaz said that the district is not targeting older or experienced teachers. Yet, the only teachers receiving cuts for the next 2 years are those who have been in the district for more than 5 years. In fact, everyone else is getting a pay raise, meaning that a teacher who has been in the district for only 1 year will be making only $1,111 less than me after 9 years. That makes this seem intentional. Is the district trying to save money by pushing out experienced teachers? This is insulting to those of us who have dedicated our lives to this district. The district has known for years that the Nikisa grant would end and did not act. Did not start planning for how to lessen this impact to staff. Now the effects of the district's irresponsible budgeting and procrastination has become a burden that the teachers must bear. What is the district's plan to handle the mass exodus of dedicated, highly effective teachers that will absolutely leave at the end of this school year? Patricia Miller. Communication number 6. Good evening, board members. This correspondence is in regards to a potential permanent mandate for our children to be forced to wear facial coverings for 6+ hours a day while in school from now on. As we are all on board with following the science, the nuts. As we are closing in on the 2-year mark of COVID in our lives, there is a plethora of evidence that costs of masks far outweigh their benefits. Attached is a link to a study where researchers examined the blood oxygen levels in 53 surgeons using oxygen. Blood oxygenation was measured before surgery as well as at the end of the surgeries. The researchers found that a mask reduced the blood oxygen levels significantly, if even partially true. Why are so haphazardly? The researchers found that a mask reduced the blood oxygen levels significantly. If even partially true, why are we so haphazardly willing to sacrifice the important early development of our children's brains and bodies in order to keep an at-risk group safe from a virus that is then an extremely high percentage have and will survive with early proactive treatments? It would be irresponsible, to say the least, to reduce blood oxygenation, hypoxia, or elevated blood CO2 levels, hypercapnia, in a growing child, and it could be argued that it is abuse, mild, but abuse nevertheless. Making children inhale a large percentage of their own carbon dioxide for 6+ hours a day through an ever increasingly dirty, remember their kids, mucus-laden mask was and is the antithesis of our children's health. Introspective individuals of all classes, races, and political backgrounds have known for close to 2 years that the mandating of children to wear masks was not only unnecessary, but that it actually compromised children's health. Not to mention the potential psychological ramifications between not receiving full facial expressions and healthy young brain development. Another side of the issue is the belief that face masks are no longer one of health and safety, but rather a stance or political ideology. It is becoming increasingly more difficult to find a respected medical researcher who still defends forced masking of children as a public safety measure. The decision to wear a mask, especially outdoors, when there is so little correlation with public health, makes it more like a latent political debate. By wearing a mask in public, the wearer is able to communicate a message of a political nature, for example, I care about your beliefs or I voted for Biden. By forcing our children to wear masks in school, we are forcing children to make a political statement that they may not entirely understand or their parents may not believe. It could also be argued that since the beginning of COVID response, the protocols ushered in by elected officials became one of ideology versus immunology, constantly one-upping the other political ideology. Sadly, positioning left versus right, making political bullying a fashion statement of sorts, our kids should not be forced to make political statements against their parents' will.
We are at time for that. Let's move on to the next one. Thank you.
Communication number 7, governing board members. This is from Karen Murphy. As a teacher who has been in the district for 18 years, I am facing some of the deepest cuts to my salary that are scheduled to take place going into next school year. As a single parent, these proposed cuts would devastate my family, making it almost impossible to pay my mortgage, keep water or electricity on in my home, or even just pay on the student loans I have to take out to be a teacher in the first place. To add further insult to serious injury, the lack of transparency for not having a clear salary schedule makes it impossible to know what I can plan on for my own or my family's future, or even know if I am being fairly and adequately compensated for my 18+ years of experience, educational level, or additional work outside of my contractual obligations. I am one of many teachers in this position, leaving most of us unsure if we can afford to stay in the district we love, at schools, and with the community that have become our extended families. Please find a way to address both concerns centering around fair and appropriate compensation before it is too late. Our community can't afford to lose the exceptional educational talent of our most experienced teachers on whom we rely so heavily to keep our community and schools running properly. Communication number 8. This is from Candace Bowler. Good evening, board members. My name is Candace Bowler, and I am the parent of a child who attends one of your schools. Yesterday, amendment to HB 2616 was passed out of a committee. This addition states that public/charter schools may not require masks or face coverings by a person under 18 years of age without express consent by the parent or guardian. I think that is crazy. We need to add this since the Parental Bill of Rights specifically states that parents are to make the medical decisions for their children. I also know many parents do not know they have the right to tell their children will not wear a mask because it is a medical device and it is their choice to make their child's medical decisions, or because of their religious beliefs or medical exemptions. Yet you require masks on our poor children still. Italy was hit the hardest and one of the first countries has removed all mask mandates. Iceland has also done the same. England has removed all mask requirements as well. Georgia has no mask mandates and has a lower case per million than most with mandates. The Center for Evidence-Based Medicine at Oxford University summarized 6 intentional studies which show that masks alone have no significant effect in interrupting the spread of ILI or influenza in the general population, nor in healthcare workers. There are many other credible studies showing lack of mask efficacy, such as the studies published in the National Center for Biotechnology Information, Cambridge University Press, Oxford Clinical Infectious Diseases, and Influenza Journal, just to name a few. The study of healthcare workers in more than 1,600 hospitals showed that cloth masks only filtered out 3% of particles. 3% of them being worn correctly. It is likely less than our children with masks that don't fit correctly and are being removed and put back on often, falling on the ground and put back on. It's disgusting if you ask me. Gilbert School District has one of the most lax systems, and the families and children are back to normal and doing amazing in school. It is business as usual. I encourage you to look into their district and see how wonderful they are doing maskless and without quarantine. Masks dehumanize us and ironically serve as a constant reminder that we should be afraid. Kids are struggling to understand the social expressions of their peers, understand the English language they are trying to learn. Did you know among young girls up to 17 years old, there has been a 51% increase in self-harm for the CDC. People are killing themselves, they're stressed, depressed, and lonely. That is why this needs to end. It's time we move on. We are not at the end of the pandemic. COVID is here to stay. Parents already have the choice, they just don't know if they can push back. It's time to give parents the choice back, make the right decisions, and stop the masks and quarantines. Thank you. Last one, communication number 9. Dear Dr. Weeks, Cabinet, and members of the board, I am writing to you today as a veteran teacher. I have been a proud member of the PESD family since 2003. When TIP 4 began, we were told time and time again that it would be added to our base salaries each year. We were rated effective or highly effective. We were told time and time again that Nikisa's funding would end in 2017, but that would have had zero impact on our current salaries if the district had stuck to their word. Furthermore, early in the TIP 4 process, our voter mandated 301 monies were withheld to fund TIP 4. The manner in which the district presented the sharp decrease of some certified staff, making more than $70,000, was alarming and demeaning to veteran teachers. Veteran teachers have been the backbone of PESD number 1. We have been the consistency that our students so desperately need. We have invested our career in making a difference for our students. We have handed the LOI and expected to prove our effectiveness at a very dark time in our careers. We have taken pay cuts, had our budgets frozen, and provided our own supplies, and yet we kept excelling and stayed committed to this district, our home, through all of the hard times. We became highly effective teachers, leaders on our campuses and throughout the district, and we readily mentored new staff. So to hear district leadership say that the decrease in veteran teacher pay was justified because they need to invest in the younger teachers and referring to them as the future was a slap in the face. The district fails to realize that these same teachers who are the future hurt just as veterans did, that when they start nearing the age of retirement, when the highest of 3 years out of the last 10 years of compensation will determine their monthly income, the district will throw them aside to make way for the new teachers. I am hurt, I am angry, and while I don't regret the time I spent in this district because of the impact I have had on students and colleagues, I am disappointed in myself for the trust I place in district leadership. April Petite, Dunbar. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Newman. Hope you got some water over there. With that, we are going to move on to our approval of the consent agenda. The consent agenda has several items for approval by the board in a single motion. The items listed under the consent agenda have gone through the superintendent's cabinet review and recommendation. Documentation concerning these items have been provided to all board members and the public as part of the itemized agenda. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member. And with that, is there any recommendations for the consent agenda, Dr. Lee?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said something about Dr. Weeks.
Just wondering if there was any adjustments we had to make, if we could move on.
No adjustments to the consent agenda,
Perfect.
unless the board members would like to pull an item.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to pull an item. I want to pull the request approval of hearing officers.
So with that, Dr. Weeks, do we move it down further or do we table it?
You would approve the rest of the consent agenda without item 7, then we would talk about item 7 independently, treat it like it was a regular action item. The first and second. All
Okay. So with that, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda without item D7?
I approve the consent agenda to move forward without item 7.
Do we have a second?
You should make second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? With that, we can vote now, right, Dr. Weeks? Ms. Mary, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Reggie Carrillo,
Aye.
Lisa Lee,
Aye.
Laura Diaz. Laura Diaz,
She might have had to step away just for a reason. With that, the motion passes and we can, do we now move on to item D7? Right, who would be able to discuss this portion, Dr. Weeks? Okay, sure.
So on item D7, administration recommends that the governing board approve district hearing officers. And I know we have Dr. Alishire, I believe you were involved in this project. We have rationale. Mr. Cayo, you have some questions about either one or two, both of the hearing officers, or maybe just the hearing officer process.
The process and then the pay.
Okay, Dr. Alishire, would you please approach?
Thank you, Dr. Weeks.
Good evening, Madam President and Governing Board, Cabinet, and community. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have regarding the process. I'll start with process. I'm more familiar with that than the pay scale necessarily, but the process was one that I oversaw. We had each candidate, we actually sent it out to a series of proven vendor candidates. We interviewed a handful of them. We selected the interview questions amongst our own panel. We looked for individuals who shared many of the same philosophy and traits and knowledgeable about the process, much similar to the policies that we're looking to approve. And from that, we identified 2 individuals that we felt comfortable moving through due to their experience and shared philosophy and experience. And those are the 2 individuals that are being presented to you. It is not uncommon for a district to have multiple hearing officers in case that there's a scheduling conflict. Of course, the role of the hearing officer is to be unbiased participant in a long-term hearing if we so choose to have one. And due to scheduling concerns, it's always better to have at least 2, so that if one is not able to attend, another one can, because sometimes those meetings need to be established at the convenience of the parent or guardian or caregiver, and we need to make sure that we can be flexible.
Thank you for explaining that, for explaining the process. So what is when you look for these hearing officers, what is the background of these hearing officers? What's their experience?
What is their experience?
Yeah.
In the case of these particular ones, they all have well over 10 years experience being hearing officers in other school districts around the state. So obviously, first and foremost, we're looking for people that do have experience in being a hearing officer, what the procedures and policies are, familiarity with ASBA policies and processes. Those are what we're looking for in any of those candidates. And the 2 that are moving forward are both extensively referred and knowledgeable in those areas.
Do they have experience as being police officers or former SROs?
No, they're lawyers.
They're lawyers? Okay, so do you have to pay them a base salary or is it just per student?
So it is per hour, and this is established by sort of their contractual obligations with the states. I'm moving to the area that I'm less competent in, but they are basically, there's sort of a flat rate as hearing officers they receive, and that's what we kind of pay them.
Is the flat rate that's the flat rate based on when they see a student, not a flat rate based on just hiring them?
I'm sorry, basically, so it's basically the number of hours they spend in regards to the case. So you've got the hearing officer. So if you have a hearing officer, right, they may come in, they may review the case, they're going to sit in on the session, usually about an hour, and then afterwards, they're going to look at all the evidence, kind of put together and form that communication. So in any given process, a hearing officer might be involved for 2 or 3 hours to kind of go through a particular case when they're looking at the evidence, proceeding over the hearing, and then writing the documentation that follows their decision.
It looks like one of them is actually hourly at $80 an hour, and then the other one is a $400 flat fee per hearing.
Yeah.
So I imagine it probably averages out.
Yeah, one of them basically because she got her licensure for a hearing officer through a different organization. Again, Ms. Harris and the budget and finance department is probably better suited for this. But she kind of goes at a different rate, which is actually lower than the flat rate of the other individual. But that's his standard rate that he goes with his licensure of being a certified hearing officer.
So student, what's the context in which a student will see a hearing officer? Is it that they're going to be suspended, expelled?
No, well, both. The context of the hearing officer is really for a student who has moved into the area of being a long-term suspension. So basically, short-term suspension is anything under purview of a principal, which is up to 10 days. Anytime an incident occurs in which the suspension is going to exceed 10 days, that exceeds the authority of the principal to impose that. And so that's when you need to bring in a hearing officer. A hearing officer will then come in following some of the policies actually that we had outlined, hopefully for formal adoption later on this evening. We'll go through and then basically hold the hearing. It is critically important that individual does not have any biases or connection to the school or really to the district. They're an independent contractor. They're there as an arbitrator to make sure that both the district and the administrator can provide their case and their evidence, but also that if the parent or the caregiver has witnesses or evidence, that they can present that in a setting that is free, legal, and fair. And then once they put all of that evidence together, they're the ones who actually make the decision as to what is the length of the suspension. So it's not something a principal or even the school district then decides. It's really up to the hearing officer to make that recommendation. They also have a similar role based on JKE for expulsions. They would oversee that, but of course, they would be working more closely with the board in the case of an expulsion because that actually comes to the board.
So that's a policy that comes before the board.
For expulsions, yes.
And if you can estimate, what is the estimated number of students who are in a long term suspension process based on last year or this year?
Well, last year was 0.
Okay.
This year is 1. It is not something that happens very often in our district, and that is to the credit of our schools and to our leadership.
And previously, who was taking on this job?
Previously, we had a hearing officer, but he has since moved on and he's looking to reduce his caseload, so he has stepped away, leaving us with a vacancy for this year that we've been trying to fill.
Yeah, okay, that's great that we've had that discussion for this. How long? I had never heard of the hearing officer at school. How long were they at the school?
Well, they're not at the school, so they go all over the district, right? So they're called upon by, so they're not like an SR or anything like that. So if a school has a long-term hearing, we contract with them and then they go. The previous hearing officer we had him for quite some time. He predates my time, obviously. I believe he was here for many years. But like I said, he let us know this year that he was looking to sort of lower his caseload. And so he stepped away from our district, leaving it open for us to go through this interview process.
What was his fee?
I don't know.
So we had one previously and now we're stepping up to 2.
Correct.
Why don't we just stay at 1 if we only had 1 case or 0 cases previously?
But for the same reason that I put out before, it was thought that basically those shared similar traits, expertise. We want to make sure that we're in a position that if we ever found ourselves in a situation in which one hearing officer could not preside over the hearing, we weren't then sort of in a corner and subjecting the parent to, you must come at this time because this is the time we have a hearing officer. We want to have the flexibility in terms of human capital to be able to say, okay, if a parent can't make it at 1, we have 2 people that draw upon. That being said, obviously, I will leave it up to budget and financing if they identify that one of the candidates is a better sort of fiscal fit. I have complete faith after going through the interview process with both of them that they're both excellent professionals. So I would be comfortable with either one of them presiding over a long-term hearing. And again, it was just for the benefit of having flexibility and scheduling if we so need it.
Okay, in terms of research, and especially with the policies and the equitable suspension policy that we're trying to address here, is this hearing officer gonna have an impact on that, like increase those undergoing into this, understanding that the prisons go through the pipeline, understanding African American that is currently suspended, expelled, this officer or not, hearing officer, lawyer, understand that context?
Well, and I don't have the interview questions here in front of me, but I'll be honest, all the hearing officers were very surprised that we were bringing them in for an interview and actually interviewing them for the process. So it's not something that they're used to. They were both, I think, pleasantly surprised about the process. We crafted those questions ourselves. I will happily submit those over to the governing board for their consideration so you can see. It was something the committee put together. And like I said before, it was crafted with the philosophy of the strategic equity plan at its heart and at its core. And it is something that we really want to make sure that the person that we hired wasn't just sort of a legal bureaucrat that could push the papers and sign the checks or whatever, but really had a kind of sense of equity and fairness that we'd be looking for someone in that position. It is in my opinion, a position that can change lives and the course and trajectory of lives. So we want to make sure that we entrust that to people that have the ability to really take that seriously. And I believe both of these candidates express that in their interviews. But I will be happy as a following item to submit the questions that we asked them, so you can kind of get a sense of both the philosophical as well as the sort of the case study approach that we asked them.
Would you be able to provide that in the board update in the future?
Absolutely.
Could you also provide any information on decision made by the past hearing officer?
On the former one that we had years past,
Yes,
and when you say decisions that he made, what do you mean?
cases that they take on with students, who was expelled, what ethnicities.
Yeah, I believe I will work with our information department. I'm sure we got that information.
Does anyone else have any?
After the hearing officer, they make a recommendation and then the board or the superintendent approve, or the hearing officer makes the full decision.
For a long-term suspension, it's usually just the hearing officer makes that decision. They say they essentially propose X, Y, and Z, and then that's usually what we do. In the case of expulsion, is a recommendation to the board.
Dr. Alshire, I might have missed this question, just trying to process everything, but how often do we expect these type of hearings to be held?
It does not happen, like I said, it does not happen very often. I come from a much larger district, and it was something that was a far more common occurrence from where I come from. Like I said, we've had one this year. I think it falls somewhere in the realm of like 1 or 2 a year. And again, I'll pull that numbers as you've asked to make sure I don't second guess myself. But looking at the numbers from the data dashboard and the data warehouse, that seems to be consistent, at least for the past 5 years I've been looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for raising the point that it is important that we hire people that know our kids' histories and are help with all the culturally competent things, so I do appreciate that.
Yeah, and again, I want to emphasize that in most districts, the process of hearing officer is give me the approved vendor list, when I pick a name, when I pick a salary, that's it. And again, it was fun to bring those individuals in and have them participate in the process. And I think it was something that more districts should be doing.
Mr. Kennedy, do you feel comfortable moving forward with this? Do you want the table is for another agenda? The information you want.
Well, I just wanted to make space if anyone else has any other questions.
All for my interest. So my wheels are spinning around. I don't have any more questions at this moment.
I want a motion to table this until we get that research. If you can send the research, I want to thank you for the work that your team is doing. I know you're passionate about this and addressing this inequity. I just want to make sure that I'm confident we can vote on this. So I know I can do that when I get more research on that, when I get that board update.
You got
Thank
it.
you.
Am I able to second that motion as it is?
It's stable,
Okay, perfect.
right? But I would suggest that, but I would suggest, Mr. Theo, that you come on into the district and sit with Dr. Alshire and let's take this slowly and thoughtfully, strategically like we did. I also want to make sure that we're conscious of the students' rights for privacy as we dig into some of these details with regards to the hearing officer. You know, their decision making and all the rest of the stuff. I'm just really struggling to remember the last time, other than this last time, that we actually brought a student and had a hearing officer. Because a hearing officer is really supposed to be adopted by the board every year. And I don't think it's been adopted by the board for a long time. So that would lead me to believe that there may not be a lot of information out there on this, but we'll do it.
Absolutely. I'm interested too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a board, we are still kind of learning as we go, so I think it would be wonderful to
So,
order that as a team on it.
Madam Chair, we probably ought to do a first and second vote on the table. Yeah, if I remember right, maybe that's probably a better way to go. It's certainly safer.
I think we've only done it one other time that I can
Yeah.
remember that I've been up to, so. Since we already have a first, I second, Mr. Cadillo's motion, Madam, I'm sorry, Ms. Miriam, can we please have a roll call?
Sure. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Reggie Carrillo,
Aye.
Alicia Link,
Aye.
Laura Diaz.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz. With that, the item is tabled, and we will move on to, let's see, our financial, thank you, Dr. Elsher, for the impromptu visit. Move on to item F, I believe, because we don't have anything for section E. So, Mr. Quintana.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. At this point, we're going to present information on the financial status, basically for the second quarter of the year. That basically is August, October, October, November, December. But in addition to that, we're going to provide information on year to date through December, and also an update regarding the aggregate expenditure limit discussion going on right now. Mr. Damon Norris is going to present the information.
Hey there. Good evening, Madam President, the board, community, colleagues as well. Thanks for having me. I don't know about you guys, but talking about all your birthdays, I feel young because they're all 100 years, 150 years. So I got my self-esteem boosted for my birthday. So as Mr. Quintana talked, we are going to look at the second quarter of the year. And we're following actually a little bit closer than the previous update that we did for the first quarter. And I hope to get them closer and closer for you guys so you guys can see these hopefully in real close to real time as possible. So we'll go ahead and start with the so the financial summary of the second quarter for fiscal year 2021-2022. What you're about to see is the M&O maintenance and operations budget. I'll spare you for reading line for line, but this is all M&O that is going to represent the last 3 months of the school year. So here is October's eye chart as we've got just looking at. Right now, as you can remember, back in September, we were still running at a deficit and we were still outpacing ourselves with expenditures. This is the best part of the time of the year because I get to come tell you and show you that we're no longer in the red. We're actually tracking in a good direction. Not that we weren't good before, but we're in a better position than we were before. And a lot of that comes with the ebb and flow of the revenues that come into the district. As you guys may remember, property taxes are due twice a year, and so that creates a big flow, as well as you have other intermediate sources and state equalization assistance that kind of pick up through that first quarter. So that leads us into the deficit, and then we start catching up here in October. As you can see, total revenue for the district year to date in October. And as a reminder, these are cumulative. So as I move further on, they're going to be including everything past. We did not make $12 million in 1 month. I wish I'd solved a lot of issues, but we have $12 million in revenue for total revenue in October, with $12,142,000 in expenses, which gave us a net surplus of $790,000. One thing I do want to point out is when you look at last year on these next 3 slides, last year, please keep in mind that we were still in virtual classrooms all the way through March, almost pretty much the almost end of the school year, if you will. And so when you look at things, some of the expenses may look a little wonky, and that's because we weren't having to pay some expenses last year that we are having to pay this year and vice versa. And some of the salaries are off as well, just because we didn't have all the positions this year that we may have had last year during this time as well. So Little elongated numbers during the second quarter. That's a highly technical term, by the way. If you're wondering. I don't know where I showed you. So November final summary. So we are sitting at $20 million, $20.5 million in revenue with 17.5 million in total expenditures, which is getting us close to the number that I told you we would get to at the beginning of the year, but 3.5 throughout the year. It's important to note that this number is not like we have just that cash sitting there in the bank. This is money that as expenses start to outpace during the times where we don't have the same revenue sources going, we'll pay for some of those expenses as well. So this number will fluctuate as we go through the year, and you'll see that in quarter three, where we have a big month for expenses because revenues are a little bit down in quarter three. So we'll talk about that next update. So right now we have a surplus right now of 2.95 million, and we're building towards that anticipated 3.5 million, which will be carried forward on the budget, hopefully if all goes well. And then although expenses are higher year over year, revenue increases are offsetting that, and that comes in a lot of different ways. One thing I am noticing, which is kind of neat this year, is delinquent tax receipts are actually catching up. And so we're actually seeing delinquent taxpayers actually pay their taxes, which helps our revenues out as we go through. So that's kind of a cool thing. I'm told that doesn't happen very often like it is right now. So this is second quarter, so this would be December cumulative. So altogether, the second quarter, first half of the year, we have made 24.8 million in revenue, or about 24.8 million in revenue. And have expenses of just 21.8 million in expenses, which gives us that 3.033 million in carry forward at the present time. We are still on budget and looking for that 3.5 carry over into next year, and we will hit all of the numbers that we proposed to you guys earlier in the year. This is just a revenue by source chart. I present this to you every month or every quarter, so I wanted to keep it kind of consistent for you guys. But it really does show the local sources. It shows prior year versus current year. You can see we're very well on track for the trend, and nothing is out of the norm per se on the revenue sources. Expenditures by object. So I wanted to show you this because we do have a little bit of call outs on this and a good question on this one. And so this is where I'm talking about where last year's numbers may look a little different, and that's because we were virtual and we didn't have the same expenses, same salaries and so forth. And so when you look at this, please take that into context and don't think that we're jumping up that much on our expenses or our salaries because we were virtual for all of it was total 6 weeks last year. So the expenses were able to keep down because of that. So key takeaways: at close of the second quarter, the district is running at just over $3 million carried forward surplus. Expenses are higher in the first 2 quarters compared to the last year due to schools being open, like I was just talking about. And the district is tracking to all proposed budget numbers. We're actually doing a little bit better on some of them for expenses that are not given a hope, which is good news. They're on track to meet all budget numbers for this school year. So with that, that's the financial quarterly second update. I want to pause and give you guys a chance to ask questions if you guys do have questions before I dig into the more depressing ADL topic here.
Damon, I do have a question about on slide 7.
Go for it.
Did we journal entry some salaries and some expenses into ESSER last year?
We did.
Would that have impacted this chart?
Yes, so that's a good point. So we did journal entry some salaries into ESSER, which will affect this. We also, at the end of the year, and every year, as Dr. Weeks, you will know from your time in the business office, we look at our funds and where everything is at and where it makes sense to utilize some other funds that are less restrictive sometimes. And so we will journal entry some different supplies or salaries in different areas to free up funds that we can use that may be a little bit more restrictive, or we put it where it's more restrictive. So yes, we did journal entry. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I want to say it was around 15 to 20 teachers' salaries into that bucket.
Define journal entry.
Oh, sorry, for the non-finance people. So a journal entry is basically a transfer between accounts. So if you take your home checking account, if you make a checking account transfer from your checking to your savings, that would be a journal entry in layman's terms. A little bit more complicated sometimes than that, but that's true. It is. Sorry, I forget sometimes.
For the previous slide, for the revenues by source, can you give an example of what a federal source would look like?
Yeah, in M&O, it's really kind of a hodgepodge for that. Most federal sources are going to be outside of M&O, so you're not going to see it on the slide. We do have, with that, let me put a caveat to that. We just hired a new budget manager that we have been trying to hire for this whole year that you guys so graciously approved for us. His name is Miguel de Escoto. He's actually in the room, so I'll embarrass him by telling him to wave at you guys. So you guys will get to hear from him soon, but he is busy putting together all kinds of information, charts and dashboards that will go over federal programs as well as all other state revenues and all that are not included in M&O. So that we can give you an update of the entire financial picture of the school district, not just this, it's a large bucket, but not just the bucket. Any other questions?
No, but I wanted to, for our secretary, just wanted to note that Dr. Diaz has left the meeting.
All right. So expenditure AEL. So there's a lot of different names for the AEL. I know that Mr. Quintana went over this in the board meeting and I was unable to attend the last time. And so some of this may be a little bit of a repeat, but I wanted to make sure this gets out because this is a very, very important subject. You will hear this called the AEL, the aggregate expenditure limit, the constitutional spending limit, and about 20 other names that have been made up in the last week. But they all surround the same thing. Which is a lot of money, and a lot of threat to Phoenix Elementary School District. But as I talk about this, I want to make sure that everybody is aware this is not just a Phoenix Elementary issue. This is a statewide school district school issue, public education issue. So the impact of this, in having a conversation with Dr. Weeks and the cabinet earlier this week, the impact of this is much greater. It's not just the Irving Florida. This goes to Chandler, this goes to Surprise, this goes to Flagstaff, to Yuma. I'm failing on my geography of Arizona, but it goes everywhere again. Our employees are from everywhere, as you guys saw earlier. Our students are from out of district at nearly 40%. So this is going to be a huge impact, not just to downtown Phoenix, but to everywhere if this is allowed to be imposed. A little bit of history and background. So the AEL was established in 1980. During this time, a total of 10 amendments were presented and approved by the voters of Arizona. The AEL affects school districts and includes the majority of expenditures by schools. This limitation covers most of the maintenance and operation expenditures, as well as capital outlay. So in other words, no unrestricted capital, classroom site fund, adjacent ways, and impact aid revenue bonds. The AEL fluctuates year to year and depends on total public school enrollment and inflation. That statement right there is the most critical part of this statement. The enrollment that they are using is the enrollment of the pandemic of year 2020 for this year's calculation. And so it is significantly lower than any other year that they could have used. So the pandemic kind of plays into this. Inflation. Can't turn on the TV without somebody talking about inflation at this present time, and we're all feeling it. So these two factors are hugely impacting this calculation. Another problem was Prop 301, the voter approved sales tax initiative that provided funds to our schools. Used to be exempted from this. However, when the legislature approved those funds, they took out the language that exempts it from this. Some say that that wasn't a intentional. There's nothing that leads to that, but they did take that out, which now puts that in the calculation, which combined with enrollment, inflation, and Prop 301 leads us to the current problem that we have. So why is this a problem? Enrollment is based on the previous year. Due to COVID-19, enrollment was lower during the time frame of the 2020-2021 school year. In 2020-2022, these students returned to the classrooms and enrollment raising the total enrollment. When the ADL was calculated, it is using the lower number of the student enrollment rather than true higher numbers. The previous legislative session established the amounts that the district, including PESD, would be able to spend. This was authorized by the legislative session at the time. And that means the budgets that I proposed to you guys and that you guys approved, we were told back then this was the money that we were going to get. So we provided our budgets. Districts were charged with developing the budgets, just like I was talking about. They were approved by all school boards. They have been enacted and implemented and have been utilized from this point to support our schools and higher enrollment numbers that we are seeing. So what is the impact if the AEL is not exceeded? By March 1st, in the state, the legislature will have to do a vote. If they do not do a vote to exceed the limit, schools will have to reduce their budgets by approximately 16% to reduce the aggregate expenditures for the state, which stands to be over the limit by over $1 billion. Phoenix Elementary School District will face a budget reduction of more than $8 million, and this cut would grow each year for the foreseeable future. And that is what a lot of people are not talking about. This is not a present day issue. This is a present day and a future issue, because we will not get that money back on July 1. We will still be over that limit, which means that compounding factor of that money loss would be huge. My team is running all kinds of scenarios. I think we're up to like 200. We had to like get a new notebook up today to looking at stuff. But I wanted to really outline some of the things that may be lost or may be on the table depending on what goes on. And a lot of it will depend on the language used when the AEL is exceeded, if it's not voted on to exceed. So some of these, and I'll go through loss of specials, so art, music, pay reductions, furloughs, loss of signature schools, higher transportation costs is included in this of moving students to different schools if we have to. Loss of preschool programs, no summer school, loss of the peer program, no summer programs by peer, long-term staff reduction, and I can go on and on and on about the effects that this will make. I want to stress that the effects that this will make will not only be here at the school, but this will be felt in the communities with our small businesses and our employers, and will not have people to be able to go to work because they have to stay home with their kids, or they have to worry about other things. And so the impact of this, while it's great to the schools, don't get me wrong, this is a great community issue that is going to cause everything from more learning, additional learning loss to more setbacks with our regrowth after the pandemic. To put some things in perspective, so we have to cut about $8 million, as I said. I went ahead and had them pull some numbers for us to look at it. These are the M&O expenditures by school, by month. We spend about $2.6 million every month of M&O dollars. And there is more M&O dollars that are on top of this that are what we consider district-wide expenses that are not layered on top of this, but it's not as much as to add this to $8 million for 1 month, unfortunately. So as you look at this, it would show you that the type of cuts that we're going to have to look at making if this becomes an actual reality. So $2.6 million or $8 million, we have to act this on April 1st. So that is talking about a lot of money being cut in a lot of time because the budgets would go ineffective and we lose the money. Actually, I shouldn't say that. We'd be able to see the money, but we wouldn't be able to spend the money as of April 1st. So we would have to make some pretty deep cuts in some pretty deep areas. So my call to action is for the board to pass a resolution tonight, which I do believe is on the agenda, talking about this and sending this on to our friends downtown Phoenix to let them know how important this is, not only to us, but to our community and to our state. This is a huge, huge issue. And for anybody else listening or for anybody else here in attendance to the meeting, is to get out and call anybody that you can and educate them on ADL and educate them on what they can do to help get this this issue resolved. So I would ask the board to take action tonight on the resolution that's before you guys. And we will continue to run scenario planning and try to find the best way through this. It's important to note that the state legislature can come back and say, we're going to override this, but we're not going to override it to its full extent. And instead of 16%, we'll allow you to cut 8%. And so we are watching it. I'm watching committee meetings every day and talking to people every day, trying to find out what's going on. And we'll keep everybody up to date with what goes on. But it's a pretty precarious situation. So, and with that, any questions that I can answer or more information that I can give?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you for the presentation and really explaining what we're at risk of losing and the impact to our community and the state. I did have a question about, so I know that the 8 million that we would be losing are there. What would happen to that 8 million if the legislature did not override?
So that's a very good question. I've been asking the question for a couple weeks now. So there's a couple trains of thoughts. So this has happened in talking to our local historian, who is like my favorite person when it comes to history, Dr. Weeks. Gave me some leads on some different time frames that they did this and different time frames that similar things have happened. In the past, they've done everything from freeze the account to where we couldn't spend any money, and that caused a lot of problems. And that was back in 2000, if I remember correct. There was one other time that it got to this situation that schools could see the money. So imagine logging into your bank account and your local bank account, seeing the money and owing on your mortgage, which you can't write a check to pay the mortgage. And that is what we are being told is going to happen, is that we will see the money because the money is still going to go in. And that's the important thing is for those of us that pay property taxes, which I guess really is all of us in your rent. Your taxes aren't going to go down. They're not going to stop collecting the money. They're still collecting the money. We just can't spend it. And there is some theories that are now floating out there that they could take this money and use it in other areas. So they could take the money from the school because we're over the limit and spend it and say, what's that? Prisons, yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was trying to come up with something dramatic other than the zoo. But yeah, so they could take the money from us and put it into the prison system, or they could put it somewhere else. And they don't have to give it back to us, and unless there's some sort of legal action, which I would assume there would, knowing Arizona, that there's going to be legal action no matter what happens on this. But we need them to vote, even if they override it and let's just say somebody sues. We would be able to win the injunction, still be able to spend the money based off of legal opinions that are out there. The overall hope is that somebody would introduce some sort of legislation that would either modify this or completely eradicate the limit for future years. And there are some bills out there, but they're not progressing through the House or through the Senate. They should be, at least in my opinion. So, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
So if they do not override it, then my understanding is for future budgets, we would assume that they were not going to override it. Is that?
Yes, I mean, that would be the safe assumption, right? My conservativeness in me would tell me that we're probably not going to get this back. And so what I would probably do with my team is create two different versions of a budget and have them both standing by. Because I think if they don't override this by March 1st, there is a possibility that this stretches into the summer. And then they override it all of a sudden and restore our funding, then I'm gonna have to submit a second budget to the state. And that's the thing. So if they don't override by March 1st, I believe March 10th is the first board meeting of the month. I'll be standing in front of you presenting a whole new budget of $8 million less for you guys to approve. If they override that budget or override the limit on March 24th, I'll be in front of you with another budget restoring that $8 million to the budget at that point, so we can spend it, because I have to let the state know what our budget is each time. So going into next year, we would have to make the safe assumption if we don't do it, that we have to prepare two budgets to be prepared, so we can know what the cuts would have to be, or do we have enough funding revenue sources that we can make by and provide all the services.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate the work you're doing, and I hope that you sleep at night. Like, this is rough. Okay, okay, well, when do you think that we will get some sort of projection or predicted option if this were to go down?
Yeah, so March, and I'm just may double checking, but I think it's March 10th is the next board meeting, after February 24th, when this would go down. And so if that's the case, you guys would have, I'm trying to think, I think you guys would have information that first week in March, for board prep with it. So I'm literally gonna have probably 4 weeks, of nothing but looking at the budgets and trying to figure out what to present you if this goes awry. And we could walk in tomorrow and the Senate and House surprise us with the vote and override this tomorrow. Don't expect that, but we could walk in on the last day of the month and they override it then, but you still have to prepare because of the fact that we need to tell you guys what we're going to do. And you guys have to approve this week. You're welcome. Thank you. Any other questions?
Damon, I want to thank you for just providing a ground's-eye view, of comprehensive view, and speaking with the passion that this topic and this situation dictates, right? And also providing a ground's-eye view for those nuances that I didn't even know about, and then providing consequences that are not even directly tied to this, such as businesses being impacted by this, which is something that our community and our business partners need to know about. And again, all we ask for when we talked about having this presentation is providing that comprehensive and ground's-eye view and being transparent with the community, with our staff of what's happening. And I know whichever way the wildfire turns, that we are as prepared as we can be in this given this situation. Because it is a wildfire. We don't know what, as you stated, what the legislature is going to do. And so thank you for providing that to us. I know I said more comfortably, just knowing that we do have a plan, that we are being transparent with the community. And I also want to thank our educators and our staff for being out there in the front lines, for raising awareness in our school community, to parents, to let them know to that this is cause for concern and sounding no alarm. And thank you for providing all those possible next steps and options of what can happen. I think that something that we can do too, besides the resolution, is providing that information through our marketing, through our social media too. Whatever happens with the resolution is, at least we can provide that information through our communication efforts to our community that can easily be shared. And you had great, I just want to take screenshots and I'll probably do that and share it on my social media. Thank you.
Definitely, and I do want to say our awesome marketing person, Linda, that's behind me here, she is working on stuff and has been all day and all week working on it, and we will have, no, okay. Finally, oh, that's what I remember. Okay, sorry, I'm remembering fragments of an email. But she is working on it, and she's modeling it after other districts as well that are doing it. So we should have stuff for to be able to share out, and your resolution as well to share out. But yeah, I definitely appreciate you guys helping doing this thing today.
Oh, yes, I've got questions.
Somebody should shut his microphone.
So, David, I'm gonna take my superintendent hat off. I'm a taxpayer. And I pay taxes, you pay taxes, we all pay taxes. And when we paid our taxes, we said, gee, we don't know where all of our tax money goes, but we know that the purpose of paying taxes is so that our community can be provided services. And one of the core services that our state is obligated to fulfill is a free and public education, and we're all happy to pay taxes for that. Some of us vote yes on bonds and overrides, and we're willing to actually pitch in some more. So now, when I pay my taxes, I have this belief that this money is going to be appropriated for public education, but it's not. They're going to put this money, $1.1 billion out of roughly a $13 billion state budget. They're going to take 1.1 and put it on the shelf with no plan regarding how it's going to be utilized. So they're just going to take it and they're going to sit it on a shelf and they're going to let it collect dust. As a taxpayer, I feel betrayed. As a taxpayer, I am now have lost trust in the politicians who said that they were going to be responsible for managing tax dollars that were collected throughout the state. I have been betrayed and I'm angry. If I'm a business owner, that throughput money, that disposable income that would come from $1.1 billion, $133 million in the urban core alone, will now not go to local businesses in parts of our city and our county. Because if folks don't have money, folks can't spend money. If institutions don't have the resources, the institutions can't fulfill the obligation and the mission that they're on deck to fulfill. So as a taxpayer, Damon, I'm angry because I feel betrayed. As a person in public education, this is disgusting. And we need to band together in unity, and we need to stay together locked tight and head down and have our voices heard. We have ADA right down the street. They've been great partners with us for years. We need to connect, we need to get together, and we need to make our voices heard. We have strong voices right here. We have a resolution coming up later in the board meeting that should be hand delivered to the folks at the Capitol. So that's all I'm going to say for that. I appreciate everything Damon did, and you, Martine, and everybody who put time and effort into this.
Thank you, guys.
To do this in the middle of a pandemic, when our child nutrition workers were out there before a vaccine was available, providing food to the community, and now this. Our transportation department was there running the food to locations so that it could be provided to the community. Our maintenance crews, our teachers learning a whole new system in order to deliver high quality instruction to our kids. The social workers who were there to provide social emotional support. And I know I'm leaving some folks out, and for that, I apologize, but I'm angry. And I hope that together, our voices can be heard. It's that important.
Yeah,
So I say it's time to gear up.
I would agree 100% with everything you say, Dr. Weeks, and what I will add, and I may get in trouble for saying this, but it's okay. There's a lot of accountability on you guys. There's a lot of accountabilities on my colleagues behind me in teaching and every other place. But there's not a lot of accountability on what these lawmakers are doing with our taxpaying money. Listening to some of the chambers of commerce and listening to some of the different people, I just want to leave you with one thought. If this does take effect and it affects, and we have to either close schools or reduce school counts, not just here, but in other school districts across the state, the impact to downtown Phoenix is far greater than anywhere else. And the reason for that is the people that live downtown by a far majority are younger and do not have as many kids. So your families coming in from the suburbs that will be affected will not be able to come in. Just 2 days alone will wipe out a small business of their profit for the moment. 3 days could put them into bankruptcy. And that was heard from the Chamber of Commerce this morning on the radio. So this impact of this AEL and what they're doing with our taxpayer dollars is absurd, and it needs to have accountability. And I appreciate having a board standing behind me that backs me up with that, a superintendent that's as passionate as he is, and a team that works for PESD. But even our community who stands behind us and gives us our M&O overrides and all of our capital overrides that they don't think twice about. I can't think of a better place to work, and I can't think of more outrage just a couple of blocks over that I have for what they're doing. So thank you for everything that you guys do. And I will keep everybody posted, but I hope that by February 24th, I'm up here with a hat for celebration and passing out party favors. So we'll hope for that. But thank you again. If you have no other questions, I will go sit down. Thank you, guys.
All right, everyone, I do believe we are getting a part of our schedule to adjourn to our executive session. Just as a reminder, nothing will be decided while we are out. Everything that we vote on and decide will be done out here publicly. I'm not too sure how long to anticipate being in executive session, but I hope we don't go longer than 30 to 60 minutes. And with that, we have a motion to adjourn to executive session.
Alicia being so moved.
Thank you. We have a second.
Just for 1 second.
Thank you. And then Ms. Mayor, we have a roll call vote, please.
Yes. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Reggie Carrillo,
Aye.
Alicia Bink.
Aye.
And with that, the motion passes, and we will adjourn at 8:15 p.m. and take a, I don't know, 5 minutes or so to run to the restroom and meet a slow walk to the boardroom. I'm not even sure what that room is called, but we shall return. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, everyone. We'll resume to regular session at 9:19 p.m. Thank you all for being patient with us. We'll move on to section H now to receive and discuss our policies for a second.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is to receive and discuss revised ASBA advisory policy as a second read. Oh, this is the second read for student discipline, student suspension, expulsion of students. So at the last meeting, we had the first read. I have not received any questions or comments from anyone on this. So this is this would be the second read or the actual adoption of the policy. So what happens then, if the board adopts the policy tonight, it becomes in effect a part of our policy, and then Marion will upload it into the ASBA policy bridge in the next few days, and it will be memorialized as an active policy in our district. I think Dr. Ellershire spoke at the last meeting, mentioning that it's already a practice. We had some conversation about hearing officers and discipline earlier in the meeting. The truth is the practice that we're engaging with now requires folks to give us a call before they suspend students in the process for providing guidance and advice, with the idea that students learn best when they are in school and not at home outside of school. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll open it up. This is the administrative recommendation to adopt these policies as written.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. I do remember at some point we discussed having more not data. I know we got data in our Monday board update, but I was thinking we would have more clarity on what that looks like by race, by I just thought we would have like a presentation or something before we move. I guess just more info on what that looks like before adopting these policies.
So Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez. So we did have a presentation at the last meeting for the first read. I think Dr. Ellershire did a great job for that. We're certainly able to answer any questions that you might have. Dr. Ellershire, I don't know if you bring that presentation back with you tonight, in case board members have any questions specific to that presentation. Okay.
I was just, like, I know we got our data in Monday's update, but I was really wanting to see kind of what that breaks down as far as what that looks like for our kids of color.
So, Madam President, we can gather that data for you to show you what the past practice has been and what the current practice looks like, or what the current data looks like. However, the policies that we're asking you to approve, that is designed to interrupt patterns of discrimination that we may have seen in the past. And it's designed, the policies that we're presenting to you, we need those policies approved so that we're able to then create the documents, the regulations, and the exhibits that will force the practice to become more broadly practiced across our district, and that there's an intentionality to everyone thinking in terms of equity for our students. But we can bring that data to you at a later date, or we can prepare it in the board update.
I do remember hearing that we were putting these things in practice, and that's why I was thinking we had time to look at all of this going forward. So I guess I didn't think it would be this quick, one meeting and then here we go the next meeting. So that's my concern. But if there's not any other questions, we can definitely.
But you got no motion.
Alicia Bingo, second.
Ms. Mayor, may we please have a roll call?
Yes. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Reggie Carrillo,
Aye.
Elisa Rink,
Thank you. With that, hearing no ayes, I'm sorry, noes, with that, the motion passes and we've approved these policies.
Well, thank you very much, and a big round of applause for all of the hard work that went into the student focus policy. This allows us to hold our district accountable to things that we believe.
Thank you, Dr. Alfred. All right, and with that, we will move on to item H2.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, these are business policies. They, they're fairly dry, straightforward, compliance driven. There's not a lot of wiggle room when it comes to, managing taxpayer dollars. And so I appreciate Mr. Quintana and the business office for going through these policies and determining whether or not they were practical for our district. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Quintana to answer any questions about any of these policies. This is also a second read and an opportunity for the governing board to adopt. Is that right, Mr. Quintana?
Yeah, that's right, Dr. Weeks. Thank you, Dr. Weeks. Yes, like Dr. Weeks mentioned, this is the second reading. We had the first reading of these same policies back on November 18th, and we would like to get your approval. And also, as you mentioned, these are very simple changes that we're making to, or they're revised by ASBA that we want to, that we agree with, and we want to put in place as adopted policies. And so, if you have any questions, I'm glad to address them. But otherwise, let they get your approval on these to adopt these policies.
All right, any further discussion, any questions? I'd like to call for a motion to item H2, please.
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Alicia being second.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Freeman, we have a roll call vote, please.
okay, Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Jessica Bueno.
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Elisa Rink,
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. With that, the motion passes. And we can move on to item I1.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, I will say for the record that the business office cringed at this process. Normally, the administration will bring a recommendation to the governing board for approval. This particular request for quotation, it falls under the rules of the USFR. And I want to thank Monique for pulling all of the data that she could in the short time that she had. I believe not all respondents replied, right? So the governing board really has an opportunity to receive, discuss, and select the vendor who will work with you and Mr. Quintana. I'm asking that Mr. Quintana run point on this project to work with you, Mr. Hill, as you work collaboratively to work with the vendor that's selected by the governing board tonight to backfill my position for next school year.
Right. Has everybody gotten a chance to go over the quotes that were sent in our board update?
Point of clarification, Mr. Quintana, the quotes are not uploaded into board docs.
Yeah, I can't see them.
But they were sent to the board members, so.
Yeah.
So then will the quotes be part of the minutes?
Yes. Yeah, once I make a selection, then we can add the course to the minute. We do have just a one-page summary of all the proposal was submitted, so we can put that on the screen. But the idea was to have the planning board review all the proposals based on the email that was sent.
Because the idea behind this is to be transparent with our community. So we want to make sure we follow that all the way through. Is that fair?
Yeah, you know the state, the vendors and the costs, all right there, okay.
So much easier to look at like this instead of all those documents. So I appreciate this. Thank you very much. So of course, ASBA was wonderful enough to kind of meet with us and give us a verbal quote. The other ones are definitely higher price, but I do like that one of the firms had a prior, and a previous employee of our district. So, of course, my two
Previous employees, right?
Okay, well, that kind of makes me feel better, just because I do believe that someone that knows our district.
What firm?
JG, right?
J&G Consulting out of Texas. So that was a small perk. I know the cost is definitely higher than ASBA's, but I do believe that experience and the trust this firm has with other districts.
Like, they're referring to JG Consulting.
Mhm.
Why haven't they come to present their services?
I could not hear you.
Oh, well,
It's me, not you.
did they have an opportunity to come present to us?
No,
No.
we didn't. No, they actually waited to submit a quote until the district sent the request out. So, but I did like reading that previous, district employees were working with them. Because I didn't know, I didn't know about that prior to reading the quote, so just kind of been listing their experience. So those are my two favorites, would be ASBA because of cost, but as far as experience, that I would look for to help bring the best candidate to our district the way it looks. I would like to choose J&G Consulting. So those are my two choices. I'd like to hear from the rest of the board.
For me, the only familiarity I have is with ASBA since they came to present, and also just getting to know their leadership because of the educational sessions that they provide us and how to govern as a school district. I feel more comfortable going with ASBA. If JG Consulting were to come and present and tell us about their process, their services, that's something that I can wait for. Again, in terms of those two, Again, and that goes for the rest, Greenwood, Pearson, my associates, I know least about. I only know about JG because of the updates that you provided, but as of right now, we'd be more comfortable going with ASBA because of the cost, the situation that we're in, because of our familiarity with them, just them presenting and just behind the scenes in terms of again, the educational summits and memberships that we are moving.
The point of clarification, I believe ASBA came to present to help us understand the initial process, not as to give us their proposal. So we didn't give the opportunity for these other people to present, and that wasn't the intent, or my understanding of the intent. That's for ASB's original proposal.
Is it that they explain the process of JG consulting?
Yes, because the process JG Consulting goes through is the same like steps. So the point of ASBA's presentation was to explain the steps in the hiring, in the superintendent search process. So if you look at J and G's, their process is similar to what ASBA explained. Yeah, that's me, just as a point of
Yeah,
clarification.
and that we were kind enough to offer and definitely be able to send their poll in without, selling themselves too much during the presentation. They literally were just here to be able to answer our questions and tell us what a superintendent search process looks like, so that way we could decide to go that route. It should be had voted in, then we did.
Well, that's definitely makes it interesting more.
Sorry, give me just a minute. I'm gonna look at something, but please feel free to.
Yeah, I want to chime in.
Thank you.
So based off of our request for written quote, I'm assuming that's what our WQ means. Based off of the quotes that we received and after reviewing them, I would agree. I think some of my top ones are ASBA. I really did like Ray and Associates just because I had seen that they had done the search for Bolts and for Alhambra, which are neighboring districts, and I was impressed by their work. And I didn't, the Greenwood one, man, I need a new job. I'll go do that. So I would agree. I think those would be my two preferences.
Do you have any examples of JG consulting and what services they provided to what districts? Not particularly like the way I'll have those headed and books too.
J&G Consulting was recommended to me by Pendergast. So they found Dr. Who then put the superintendent that's in place there now as her successor. And from what I heard, put together community forums really well. We're able to handle the translation pieces to make sure community members could participate. And that was one of the questions I asked ASBA if they would be able to provide that. And they said, no, that would be up to us. So I did send an email to Ms. Monique, like, hey, since I really didn't see that in the scope, you should definitely be on top of that. But because it is a concern of mine, being able to communicate, since I do feel like we are still kind of working through that section as a district. So that was really important to me. I'm trying to think. I read so many things in there.
JT lists their advertising plan and includes the Association of Latino Administrators and the National Alliance of Black School Educators. Did the others You see that listed on the others.
So just for clarification, we definitely eliminate Greenwood and Epstein no parking place for McPherson, so we'll have three continuous, ASBA, JG Consulting, and Associates.
I do not have strong feelings for any one of those three. Like I'm comfortable with all three. I did like the detail in Ray and Associates, but then I also appreciated the connection that JG had, and also that their proposal was more simple and easier to read, not 45 pages. So I appreciated both things from there. And then ASBA is just, it's hyper local, which I think is good, but then I also wondered, the other thing I thought for ASBA was bringing in a new superintendent in Arizona in what is pretty rough political climate. ASBA might, because they're like in it, might be able to explain that to a superintendent coming in from somewhere else a little bit more. But I'm not sure. The others have obviously recently done superintendent searches in Arizona, so that was pretty much my thoughts.
My thoughts just went through my head, and I was really just glad everybody had good timelines. Oh, I know what I was gonna ask. Mr. Quintana, where do these funds come from? Which budget?
The expense for this, we could probably, expense might through, either indirect cost or probably even M&O. But do you see any issue with that?
This would be an M&O expense. Yeah, you're right, it's Jonathan, similar.
One of them had a specific like online tool that they used for candidates too, and it said that the board would have access to that. Now I can't remember which one it was.
I think it might have been the McPherson one.
Oh, okay, well, that's in there.
I motion that to recommend the governing board to recommend the request written quote selecting the Arizona School Board Association.
Anybody second?
I have a question. Dr. Weeks, do you know if districts ever choose two? Or do they normally just choose one? Just wondering, and your superintendent like,
I'm sorry, what was the question?
if districts ever go with two agencies?
I've never seen that. I've never seen a school district go with two vendors to select the superintendent.
Somebody did mention that to me, and ASB discussed, not being successful on the first goal and then able to go, not to just settle, but keep that search going. Well, that's all. I was just kind of thinking through that. We already have a first and a second, so.
So the manager, you would call for the question.
I'm sorry? Just call for the vote, right? Oh, Ms. Ma'am, will you please have a roll call vote, please?
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Castillo,
Yes.
Alicia Meek,
Yes.
And with that, the motion passes and we can move on.
Madam Chair, for clarification, the board selected the ASBA.
Yes.
The request for written quote is number PESD 221624Q, and that's for Monique records. So we'll make sure we get the quote number in the minutes. And then we move on to the resolution.
Yes, resolution.
I know we're gonna be talking about this. I just want to take a moment to thank the governing board for bringing the resolution. Not all school districts are looking to approve a resolution at this time. I feel strongly that our position should be to move forward with the resolution. I see that we probably need to change the number in the resolution here. To the number that Damon had earlier, so we can do that. Otherwise, I think that the resolution is well written. And if it's approved by the board, then we'll make it right and put it on the wall and deliver it to the Capitol.
Do we have a motion to approve the resolution as amended?
Just the one on someone.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Alicia being second.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. We have our call for the vote, please.
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Reggie Castillo,
Yes.
Alicia Meek.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. With that, our resolution passes.
Please take time as soon as you can to come down and sign it so that we can get done. We need to get it on, I call it the good paper. Make sure we sign it and then off it goes.
Wonderful. And then what's that look like when you want us to go hand deliver it? Will we be showing up at some education committees or what does that entail?
You know, I don't know what that looks like yet, but hopefully it's big and bold and loud and proud. So we'll see what to conjure that up.
I was gonna say, can we mail it to legislators? Can we mail it to legislators?
We can. Okay. Yep, it's now a public document. Matter of public record.
Thank you, everyone. With that, we'll move on to item I3, our board reports and requests. And I've got two. Mine will be super quick. So. I'm waiting myself a note in here somewhere. Oh, so I recently learned that I accidentally, no, I won't say that. When sometimes I would say, all in favor, say aye, all opposed, say nay, those kind of things. I get myself a bit tripped up. And last meeting, I had a moment where I wished I could fix my vote or know how that process goes. And so while I was at committee on Monday, one of the senators did the exact same thing. So it was really, it kind of solidified what I kind of searched for, which is before anybody says with that, the motion passes and makes everything official, you are able to correct your vote. So I just wanted to request that going forward, we do stick with the roll call vote. I know it is annoying, but it does give us all an opportunity to say our vote, explain it, ask another question, so that way it's not so cut and dry, and not to drag our meetings on any longer, but really to get us in a system of just across the board. We already know that's going to happen, and we already know that'll be our opportunity to So I just wanted to make that request. I know it's annoying and I just hope it makes us all kind of better as we go, and that way it's also clear to when we're all saying aye and nay, and Cornelia's looking down at her computer and our voices are ready. So that's my first request, please, is to know that you can correct your vote for the record, and then we'll just keep doing our roll call votes. And then my other one would be just to have an update on what that looks like with the Herrera boundaries. So nothing set in stone, but just another update since it's been a while since we brought that up. And that's something done. Thank you.
I would like to request that our human resource department do a hiring fair out in the community. When I'm speaking to principals, I'm hearing that they need a lot of help and support in the cafeteria, bus drivers, and I'm not seeing those opportunities advertised in the community. And I would really like us to really be an economic driver here in our own community. So I would appreciate if we could bring that to a board. Oh, it might be an agenda item. Sorry, I might have skipped again. But yes, an agenda item for a human resource job fair in the community. And for reports, I just wanted to highlight and share in honor of Black History Month. I just wanted to share my own experience with an educator that is near and dear to my heart and really impacts me as a student. And so many of you may not know, but I grew up in El Paso, Texas. And while we're known for a border town, we're also very big Army base. So I was very fortunate to live by the Army base and just have diverse colleagues in my my public school experience. But my teacher, my third grade teacher, Mrs. Ladd, I'm very fond of her because she taught us a lot. She ran a tight ship. I was very disciplined, and at the time being a third grader, I didn't appreciate that, but later on in life, I really did appreciate everything that she instilled in us. So I just wanted to highlight my own personal experience with having a Black educator in honor of Black History Month. And then second, I wanted to share on Tuesday, the superintendent lunch, and thank you, Ms. Jeffries, for hosting that here at the district office. And for our audience and board members, I was the only one present, board member present, but I just wanted to recognize Dr. Weeks for his inspiring message. He gave a similar message to our business partners, our community partners about what the AEL impacts will be to our district. And he really helped explain what we're gonna lose and what is at risk. And he really encouraged them to take action and contact their legislators, specifically their Republican ones, because they are stealing our money. And that, again, thank you, Mr. Norris, for really harping on what that impact looks like to us locally. So I just wanted to recognize Dr. Weeks for your commitment to support our families and our students, because it's very important that we start sending this clear message that this institute will not support what is happening at the Capitol. So with that, I will pass it on to you.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Carmen, especially for providing that information. I did not know that, so it does make me feel comfortable going forward as a board member to make private decisions. And in terms of requests, I do have requests update on just what we talked about, the hearing officer, information on our past hearing officer, what decisions were made. We passed policy pertaining to that, so I know that it's half complete, and so I do want to just look at this with an open mind, obviously, and just trusting our leadership, and such as yourself and your team, passionate about these inequitable practices. And so, again, the next time we put this up for a vote, I would like to be more confident in voting on this. And then just an update on our marketing strategy that we have regarding the AEL, what is being planned to be shared on social media. Regarding informing the public, informing the community. And then again, updates on partnerships for the picnic and any future celebration. I think it would be wise to contact Busy Body Stories and partner with them to document, archive those stories. Possibly get a board member into their studios to, or superintendent or anybody else in there to their studios to advertise for our picnic. Since we are planning on having vendors and my hope is that we are focusing on getting vendors of color too at this event. And then I think, and to add to Board Member Bueno's, Vice President Bueno's ideas to have a career fair at the celebration too, as an example. Thank you. Oh, and one last thing, I want to say a big thank you to Nick. I went to the interactive board event and that was amazing. I wanted to play with those screens. It's a hard choice. I know it's gonna be a hard choice. They both were amazing. Teachers were there, were asking very tough questions, were very engaged with this. But the big thank you is just to our leadership, to Nick, for pushing our school to enter into a digital age, to strengthen our digital infrastructure. This is gonna be a big game changer for our students, especially not just with the screens, but with the laptops that we are purchasing. Those are amazing. I didn't have nothing like that when I was a teacher, and so thank you for pushing that and making our teachers' lives better in that way.
Thank you, Reggie, for bringing that up. I really was wondering how that went yesterday, so we missed it. With that, we will move on to future agenda items, which I think we kind of split into. I don't have any.
I have two. The first one I think is coming up, but just in case it's not, future receive and discuss regarding our pay scales, and I believe that part of the pathways to success was some sort of outside analysis of our pay. So an outside analysis of our salary schedules or whatever that is. Okay. And then the second one is sounds like maybe we need to have a future report, bring back the COVID report updates and maybe have Healthy Verify come back just to talk about why we do what we do.
It's time. It's time to take another look at our health and safety mitigation plan, take a look at our COVID numbers, and make some decisions. As I begin the transition, Mr. Keaton is going to begin to deliver those COVID reports. Health and safety updates, which these are the most we're looking at right now. So we'll be hearing more from Mr. Keaton on the health and safety side. And Mr. Keaton could invite the team back, Dr. Moran and the gang, discuss what other school districts are doing, what we're thinking about. I think we're probably talking about masking and quarantine days and things like that. Those kind of big ticket items. So yeah, I think it'd be nice to get that perspective.
I have something to add to Dr. Link's report is just again to add to the support staff salary. What are we paying them currently? What is the average base salary for support staff? And again, providing a salary schedule. I don't think we have one, but what is being planned and just more information regarding the context spoken earlier. So we have more information on what's going on. There's validity to not having to implementing a salary schedule because again, we come off as being unfair and implementing inequitable practices. So I want to make sure that we are listening to concerns of our community, especially to our support staff, who's not in the situation that our income earners are. So I do want to make sure that if we're looking at distributing funds, that we're distributing to the bottom and supporting our staff, especially to get them to, it's still something I don't agree with, to a $15 minimum wage, but to continue to build from there.
Mr. Padilla, we're happy to provide information every year. The governing board adopts salary schedules for all the different employee groups. I would think that, and I'll defer to Dr. Diaz, who's still in the audience there, but I do believe that there is so much to talk about there. A work study session might be in order for that. What do you think, Dr. Diaz? Dr. Diaz gives me a thumbs up. So what we'll look to do is develop a work study session with an agenda so we can break down each employee group's salary schedule so you get a better understanding of what they're all about. Would that be helpful?
Yes, and just to clarify, what I say I don't agree is that the $15 minimum wage should be higher than what it is, right? So that's what I'm thinking of the weeks.
Okay, sure. Yeah, there's lots to talk about there.
Thank you guys very much. We also always spinning at the end of our meetings. So with that, not hearing any more future agenda items, I would like to call for a motion to adjourn.
Alicia being so moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Reggie Padilla, second.
Thank you very much. Ms. Van, will we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Reggie Carrillo,
Aye.
Luis Uribe.
Yes.
Okay. With that, the motion passes and we will adjourn the meeting at 10:01 p.m. Thank you all very much for sticking with us.